Alright. Hey, what's up, Oleander? Good to see you. And thank you so very much for the dono. Very, very much appreciate it. We get to go and pick up some groceries and cat food tomorrow, thanks to you. So very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. I need circling cores so we can start origin stuff. Yeah. That's our goal today. Do what? Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, phthalites. 2 fine wood, 1 thistle. 2 fine wood and a dandelion for the flower garland. Fine wood. So what is Valheim? Minecraft with Vikings. There's not a whole lot of survival craft build type games that I play, but I really like this one. Okay, so I had a burial chamber down there. I need to go further into this black forest. At least you said it, Nub. I was thinking it. I mean, that's the easiest comparison to make. For most people, they'll understand it right away if you kind of just say it like it is. It's Minecraft with Vikings. I don't really like Minecraft, like regular Minecraft, but for some reason this game really clicks with me, even though it's fundamentally kind of the same thing. But I like the music, I like the art style, I like the progression, the skills, and just the world itself. And I'm a fan of, like, Norse mythology as well, so theme-wise, it's just a little more interesting to me than something like Minecraft. Nothing hiding up here. Yeah, back when Rachel and I were still long distance. And we were just, like, looking for games to play with each other. This is one that wound up working for us. Hey, Foxhole. Doing alright. Hope you're doing well. At least not for the axe. Yeah, if I can find one of the new hatchets. But I need to find... Whoops. I need to find both. Oh my god, buttons. I'm doing Dark and Darker. Like, how do I collect things? Control click instead of shift. Yeah. Mine's a little different. I set stuff up a little different. I set stuff up a little different on Dark and Darker too, so... Amount of times I activate power when I don't want to. I mean, we've been playing Dark and Darker for the past few days. So my brain's already adjusted to those controls. So now coming back to this. That adjustment period. E to interact with things instead of F. Hey, Pythonicus. We're a Punchmancer? I mean, we are a Punchmancer. There's a few different weapon sets that I like in this game. And one of the ones they added are the paws of the bear. I'm also pressing X to put my weapons away, which is Dark and Darker controls. And in Valheim, it makes you sit down on the ground and rest. So that's going to get me killed at some point. Chrysalaris. Welcome back. Thank you so much for these 6 months. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Hey Nub, got back from seeing Return to Silent Hill. Absolutely insane how bad the story was messed up in the movie. I mean, is this your first time seeing a Christoph Gans Silent Hill adaptation? I don't know why people were anticipating it to be, like, faithful or accurate. If you saw the first Silent Hill movie, you should kind of know what to expect from Christoph Gans. He's going to change around the characters, he's going to change around the story, he's going to change around everything. Just like he did the first time around. Have one of these yet? Is the book even worth reading? I have no idea. I haven't read the book. There's more to the book, because a few people in our Discord, like Terry Red and some other people online, have been sharing like bits and pieces, excerpts. But I mean, if you don't like the movie, the book's probably not going to be what saves it. It's going to be that same story, more or less. I keep doing it. X to put away your weapons in Dark and Darker is sit down in Valheim. So I keep trying to put my weapons away and sitting. Or R. You can hit R and it just unequips everything. Hey, what's up, Nick? Made it to the Mistlands today on a permadeath run. Very nice. It's a hell of a way to go without dying. I usually get overconfident immediately and die trying to punch bears and shit. None of the movies are really that good compared to the games. Oh, completely. Like, if you want a Silent Hill experience, you experience it through playing the games. Like, there is not going to be a way to replicate that experience in a movie. And the attempts that have been made are not the best attempts either. Yeah, Homecoming being adapted into a movie would be extremely weird, considering that game is so heavily based on the first movie. Like, they literally hired developers whose entire previous experience was making adaptations. Like, movie to game or show to game or cartoon to game adaptations. So it's like, it's what they knew best, and that's certainly what they did going into Homecoming. I think a lot of people hold the Silent Hill movies in a little bit higher regard because in terms of game to movie adaptations, they are pretty good, but that's because the bar is so low. Considering most game to movie adaptations, we were looking at this the other day, most of the ones that exist were done by fucking Uwe Boll. And it's like hot garbage. You want to talk about bad movies. You think Return to Silent Hill is a bad movie. Have you ever seen the House of the Dead movie? Have you ever seen the Alone in the Dark movie? Have you ever seen any of the Blood Rain movies? There's some real fucking terrible shit out there where it's not even entertaining as a bad movie. Movies made just to extend the rights to owning the IP? Not always. Sometimes that is the case. But there's a lot of times where someone legitimately just is a fan and wants to make, like, Christoph, I believe, legitimately is a fan and just wants to make movies based on things he likes. Uva was abusing a tax credit situation, true. Whoops. Oh, I'm dead. My stupid dark and darker buttons. Trying to switch from game to game. Alright, take care, Oleander. Hope you get some good sleep. And thank you again so much for the love and support. Yeah, a lot of people are saying Iron Lung is very good. Which, you know, good for Markiplier. That's another series of things that exists that has a pretty low bar of standards. In term, like, talking about video game adaptations, but like YouTubers making movies. It's like, yeah, the lowest expectations of both worlds. Because video game adaptations are already notoriously, like, difficult to do and typically not very good. And YouTubers making video game adaptations, or just YouTubers making movies in general. Oh, and of course now I find it. We can mark it at least. How dare Nub not play horror content? Did you not see those skeletons? And it's like becoming nighttime. It's nighttime and there's skeletons and there's forest creatures that mean to do me harm. About as spooky as it gets. Alright, just gotta loot my stuff from the nice troll, who will definitely leave me alone and let me do it. Put my pants on. Hey, what's up, Terry? How about the Chinese version of the Return to Silent Hill monster? I mean, seeing just the screenshot is already pretty funny. I would love to see the actual scene in motion. Did they also remove all the jiggling? Because the booty was like the most animated CG thing in the entire film. But that's really funny. They took away Spider Lady's butt. It's too much for the Chinese audience. Getting those dodges in. Channeling my inner Hinako. And get those perfect dodges. Okay. I can upgrade troll stuff. Rubies. Some more of these. Grab some resin if I want to take a torch. That's probably everything though. Figure out what can I drop. Actually, want to see the director's cut when it comes out? If it comes out. Because I've already seen the official like Return to Silent Hill social media account say that it's unlikely. Now, how much actual insight or say they may have over it is kind of irrelevant, but I hope that there is a version that has like all this extra stuff, because obviously they filmed it, they made the set. We've seen behind the scenes stills of like the meat locker Eddie scene. Like the Eddie fight was supposed to happen in the movie and it just got cut. So instead Eddie just like awkwardly leaves the film. Leave me alone. Gathering bloobs. Wish we got more Silent Hill F merch in the States. There was so much opportunity for it, too. I can't believe they didn't just have, like, a full Omamori set that you could buy. Ow. Cores. Stars. Yeah. Have you seen the new climbing game that came out, Karen? I've seen the name getting thrown around, but I haven't seen anything about the game itself. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Ow. Where the fuck did you come from? Break like instantly. Cores? Yeah, so many cores. We're gonna be forging, we're gonna be making portals. More shit. What do I drop? I'll get plenty of eyes. Get plenty of bones. Wood arrows. Actually, I guess I'll just drop the wood itself and keep the arrows. Because I shouldn't need to craft anything else. Dark and darker muscle memory just will not go away. Noise, thank you so much for the 93 months. 93 months. That is a lot of months. Rarely using Twitch anymore, but still trying to support you. Hope you're doing good. Well, doing very well. Thank you so much for all the years of love and support. Thank you, thank you. just watching someone play it, you're sitting here clenching the cheeks. Is it like peak? When you say climbing game, is it in that sense, or is it more like a getting over it, Bennett Foddy type of game? Stones. This. Coal going. Actually, I've got enough. Other one. Grades. Oh, I need to, Power's upgraded a bit. And it's raining. Gonna need a bunch more wood. Had an idea, game mechanic idea I've not seen before, where players have the ability to find the musicians that follow them around. Like in this game, there'd be a lute player hiding in a bush somewhere. That all the music you're hearing in game is just a band hiding somewhere. I mean, there's definitely games that have done sort of fourth wall stuff, but I don't know any that have done that necessarily. The closest thing, although I can think of, where it's sort of implied that the music you're hearing is coming from a band in the actual game. Moment that I always like in Final Fantasy IX. My favorite Final Fantasy game. In Final Fantasy IX, there's a moment where you have like this scene where, you know, you're hearing the typical background music, but you run past, like you're chasing after somebody, and you run past the band, and as you run past them, you sort of like kind of bump into them and they spin around a little, you know, like, oh, they're all confused for a moment. And while that happens, the music like messes up. So like while the band is spinning around in place, everything kind of goes like off key for a moment. And then it goes back to normal, like once you run past them and they start playing normally again. 6 copper. Keep the kilns going. Hey, Barrel Rider. Keeping the streak alive. Forge is 6 copper, 10 wood, 4 coal. Stone. go. Bronze recipes. 8 for the axe. Go ahead and make nails just to get the recipes. Coal in there. Finish that. Hey, what's up here, Amy? Oh, am I dead? Yeah, die. Never mind. Nope, there it is. Shaman just won't let me sit there and forge my bronze in peace. Nub Streak challenge started once again. Brother, you need to go away. Turbo Forge. At this point, let's actually just make another Smelter. Get a cart loaded up with wood. No. Apparently it fell on a neck. I could do some log rolling to try to break this down, but I'm about to get the bronze axe made anyway, so not that big a deal. I know I've been having the ladybugs get on me a lot lately. Give me a second. Gotta save my wife from a bug. All right. Actual ladybugs are the imposters? I mean, it's the imposters. It's the lady beetles. There's a lot of farms and agriculture and stuff around us. And they get released out into the environment to help eat pests off of crops and things. But then they just kind of go rampant. So now, since it's been cold, they've all been trying to get inside. So we tend to get a bunch of them in the house. Haven't seen a red ladybug in over a decade. I mean, we still get the red ones too. We get a mix of actual ladybugs and the whatever beetles. The sort of more yellowy orange ones. Thankfully you have jumping spiders. Yeah, we do too. Not so much in our house, but we do have a lot of long legs. I'm not a fan of them. I know they're harmless, but I don't like spiders. That's the exchange me and my wife have. I deal with roaches, she deals with spiders. And with spiders, even though I don't like them, for the most part, we let them live. As long as they're not, like, breaking the contract. They gotta stay out of our regular living spaces. Yeah, exactly. Long legs are good for the house, and that's why we leave most of them alone. But sometimes they're a little too bold. They're trying to hang out directly above the toilet or make a web on, like, the handle for the shower. Those have to go. They break the contract. Okay. Leather, need wood. Bronze axe. Oh, I can't make the cultivator yet. I guess I need core wood and fine wood. So that's we need tin. Yeah, exactly. I'm not okay with the spiders hanging out right in front of my face. Trying to use the computer. Yeah, occasionally we see little jumping spiders around. Most common ones that we have here, though, are the long legs, which are like all over the house. And grass spiders, or wolf spiders. People kind of call them different things. Yeah, cellar or house spiders. Grass spiders are another one that's good for, you know, keeping out other worse insects and stuff, but they get big and I don't like them. They get big and I do not like them. Yeah, banana spiders we had in Texas as well, and we get them here from time to time. But that banana spiders are where one of my like biggest arachnophobia triggering moments happened for me. Because I don't have, like, I didn't always have a problem with spiders. But when I was like maybe 10, 11-ish, somewhere around there, I used to skateboard a lot. And there was a really good spot to skateboard in a shopping center that was like very, very close to my house. And it was shorter. It was like a bit of a shortcut to go through this fence where there was a gap that would go like behind the shopping center buildings and stuff. Because it was essentially like right at the bottom of my driveway, where I could just go down to the end of my driveway, cut through this fence, and then I would be like right behind the shopping center. And it was a good spot to skate. A lot of the stores were empty and people didn't really go there, so there was stairs and rails and all sorts of shit. But we had one year where a bunch of banana spiders, and I do mean a bunch of them, all made webs going across that gap in the fence, and I didn't notice. So I start squeezing my way through that gap in the fence, and there must have been like 6 of them that had made their webs across the whole thing. So I was just like, I had spiders all over me. And their webs were just like sticking to me. But I freaked out. Trying to just get them off me. So I've had a thing with spiders. As I said, I was pretty young. I was like 10 or 11 or something. So even harmless spiders, it makes me think of that sensation of them just like being on me. Having several of them on you where you can feel the webs and they're like legs. It's not a fun feeling. So now whenever I see spiders, I'm a bit put off. Okay. 10. Cauldron up. Is this better than Enshrouded? I don't know, Conflicts. I've never played that. I don't really play a whole lot of survival craft build games like this. Pretty much the only ones I play are this and Grounded. So, I don't know. Never played Enshrouded. Don't know if it's any better or worse. Speaking of spiders, yeah, Grounded. So my arachnophobia is not, it's not like full-blown arachnophobia, where I can't handle spiders of any kind. Like, in media, like, seeing them in games or in movies and stuff like that doesn't bother me. But seeing them in real life, in person, is when I'm like, ugh. I know they're mostly harmless, but I don't want them anywhere fucking near me. Let's make jelly. And I should start building a proper base. kind of outgrowing this little temporary one. Let's sleep. Let's go get some core wood. And build us a base here. Perfect landing. Oh, okay. Well, come on. If you're going to be here, at least break the trees for me. Ow. Ah. Don't do that. Okay, that's good enough. All right. It's a bit steep for a full cart, but we should be able to make it. Pig. Still have more copper I can get here as well. Coal going. Okay, now or 5 core, 5 bronze. Get our cultivator. Upgrade my tools. And let's build. I want to incorporate the tower into the build, but I'm gonna try to make this just like the forge workshop area. I could extend this out where the bees are and make this the farm. So then make like a little house and kitchen right here. Either that or this side. Just do it. extend this out. I'm gonna leave the boulder there. I was gonna get rid of it, but sometimes I like leaving natural parts of the landscape in my build. The boulder has been warned. Yeah. Carrot seeds. Go, get our garden going. course, it's raining. Love the rain, real life and in games. I mean, usually I do, but when you're trying to build in this game, rain, like, wears down your structures when it's exposed to the elements. Like, this doesn't matter so much because I'm just kind of fencing in a little farm area, but when I'm building my actual house, I have to go in and repair everything after the rain stops. Until it all has, like, proper roofs over everything. It just makes building a little bit annoying in this game. Let's go ahead and just start building the foundation. Attach. Figure out what kind of layout I want to do. And if I want to use core wood, music in this is nice. But anytime I'm building or designing in a game, yearn to hear the Sims 1 and 2 build and buy mode music. That's fair. Although I've put so much time into this game at this point that I think now, shit, I probably would be more efficient in real life putting on Valheim music to motivate me to, like, clean and organize and do stuff around the house more. Because this is what I sort of associate with it now. With building and doing things. Just being productive. Actually make this a bit bigger. should push everything up that way. Stone. Go. Smelting is all done. Coal going though. There we go. Kitchen in place. Please. Move the cooking. Not enough room for smoke to escape. Which is weird. Seems like it should be. I could probably just take this out. Cooking stations. Build some storage. Do the thing. More coal. Actually, I can switch these over to coal production as well. Alright, got our kitchen, got our little house. Move the bed. Sir. Do some comfort items. And I have a nice little place to sit and eat. Deerskin rug. And some banners. Oh, I should put up the new things. Need thistle and dandelions. Comfort level 8. And some coal and some leather. Good morning, middle. Can I parry? Apparently I cannot parry. The bow parry. Dude. Go away. How is my parry timing so bad for these guys? Alright, take all the food. Carrots are coming in. Just keep stacking coal because I'm gonna have to smelt plenty more. Got that set up. We got our garden. Got our workshop. All this stuff, but make a little fenced-in part for our farm. Hey, Technokami. Are still happy. Kind of embed that into the ground. Nice little doorway. One on this side. go. Got our garden. Got our bees. Got our workshop. Got our house with our kitchen. Plenty of raspberries growing right here, which is nice. If I see any one-star boars, might go ahead and put together a little boar pen. Berries, all of our raw meat. All right. Let's fence everything in. have to do another wood run.
Cart in on that side. Same thing over here. Slightly not enough wood. Empty now. Take that. But not a 1-star. organize some stuff. Resin, tools. Just have some stone and wood. Leather. Common crafting. Stuff there. Treasure. Trophies. Plants. There we go. So this is just now our little workshop area. Forge. Farm. Our bees and carrots. All right. Base building done. I need to cook some meat. Just cook the deer meat for now. That with us for food. I need blueberries. Use some more bear meat. Gonna need more copper. A
might be the next big thing, is to go ahead and mine the copper right here. Dash all of that. This by the door. Cultivator can stay here. Let's take the pickaxes. And sleep. Really? This is too far from those fires? It's perfectly in between both fires? Nice. Just clip through the ceiling. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Some more copper. We can make some more bronze. Figure out what weapon I'm gonna use. Make a little bit better armor. mainly auditory viewer, and so the clang clang sound had me hoping you were walking around in comically oversized steel shoes. I wish. We gotta work our way up to the comically oversized steel shoes. Right now we're just mining copper so I can make some comically oversized copper armor. Or bronze armor. Makes me envision Zoot Suit shoulders. I'm gonna be disappointed, aren't I? Yeah, it's not quite that cool, unfortunately. We don't get the talking heads style giant armor. Hey, shadow noises. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
go. And there is more copper underground in that same spot. But this should be enough. Don't really need too much bronze. In fact, I've probably already got more than what I really need. Iron is what we wind up using an absolute ton of. Actually remake this little area. Alright, Foxhole, take it easy. Appreciate you coming by, hanging out as always. And start stockpiling stone for when I can eventually utilize that. Once we get the stone cutter, we can build our own stone structures. Bronze. Six, and just upgrade to the bronze spear. 10 for the shield. I think the shield might actually be better so that I can parry
more consistent things. I can parry trolls. I've got 14. I'll be able to make a little bit more for the spear. Just a little bit anyway. Should be fine. Buckler. Got this copper. Got tin. Make bronze. And then 2 deer hide. Spear. Kind of outgrown our paws of the bear, so I'm just going to leave those here. I need a fine wood bow. Fine 10 core, 2 leather. Pickaxes away. Bronze. It's 4 armor. That 8 armor for the bronze helmet. It's 8 for the troll pants. The same for the bronze plate. For the tunic. Yeah, the helmet's the main upgrade. Alright, weapon upgrades.
More fine, more core, and more hide. Upgrade the bow. Bronze and 3 core wood. We can make the better pickaxe. Will help with iron. Do I need for the boat? 80. Probably just make that because we're going to need to do some sailing. 20, 40, 60, and 80. Go to sleep and let the forge run. Uh-oh. My bed placement might be a problem. Bed on the table. Carrots are ready to harvest. More bronze.
forge upgrades. Copper. No, I need 2 bronze for that. I need 10 copper for the cooler. I'm gonna need more regular wood. Just hang on to that for now. Last little bit of copper there. Carrots. Now let's get our seed carrots. Four left to cook with. Carrot soup. Blueberries for that, or need a necktails. Meat sauce. Sauce, carrot soup. Go ahead and make some more carrot soup. Sauce. stockpiling honey for when we start making mead. Some of the other good recipes later on also use honey. That's all of our copper done. In pretty good shape. Nothing else I really desperately need to make right now. Let's do 25 fine, 10 copper. Put this cooler. Hey, Catlink. Catlink, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, Cat. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Do a shout out for you here. GTA San Andreas flying sucks. Yeah, it does. It's been a long time since I've had to try. Like, since I've played, but it definitely does not hit the same as, like, Vice City. Forge upgrade. Yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. Most people know me for horror games and Silent Hill. I do a lot of speed running and story playthroughs for the Silent Hill series, but lately I'm just kind of, like, this year my mentality is if I feel like playing a game, just play it. Just turn the stream on and start playing it no matter what it is. So, been a lot more variety on the channel this year. And I'm currently playing some Valheim. Basically Minecraft, but with Vikings. And I just got done putting together my little starting area base. My carrot farm, my bees, my house with my kitchen. And my forge and workshop over here, built in the old rundown tower. But now I need to go adventure more. We need, let's see, do I have an elder yet? I do not have an elder. I need to start going and exploring some more of the Black Forest. Look for the Elder. We could make a boat and start sailing. But I kind of just need to go map out my starter island. So let's go do that. Got a coastline right here. Hey, what's up, Undead? Hey, Sev. Been enjoying a bit of single-player Valheim recently. Looks like I could learn a thing or two watching. I'll do my best to help with anything. And if you have any, like, questions or anything, I don't consider myself like an expert at this game. There's still a lot of stuff that I don't know and could probably do better. But I do have 860 plus hours. So I've played a decent amount of Valheim over the years. But yeah, we're just chilling. Nice to get out of the horror bubble. Yeah, it is. I mean, honestly, like... I've been stressing myself out over numbers. It's one of those things that's just... You know how it is. It unfortunately becomes kind of part of streaming when you do it for long enough. I've been spending too much time stressing over numbers, spending lots of time and effort in a bunch of stuff that's not really, you know, not really helping the channel grow the way I thought it would. Putting a lot of effort and time into some Silent Hill streams and videos that were just not really getting the support and views and numbers and things that they used to. So this year, I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm not going to worry about the numbers anymore. I'm just going to go back to playing whatever I feel like playing. Because, I mean, if the numbers are going to be bad, they're going to be bad. If they're going to be good, they're going to be good. And I'm going to try not to stress myself out trying to do what I think is gonna work, and instead just go back to playing whatever I want for fun. Which is still gonna be a lot of Silent Hill. It's still gonna be a lot of horror. Like, especially as new stuff comes out. Silent Hill Townfall comes out, Silent Hill 1 Remake comes out, Resident Evil Requiem comes out at the end of this month. So, like, I'm still gonna be playing a lot of horror and doing a lot of stuff. But for these kind of moments in between game releases, yeah, we're gonna chill. Play some Valheim. I was playing some Dark and Darker, and Long Dark. I was playing Dark Souls 1 a couple weeks ago. So there's a lot of stuff. Just random stuff that I just kind of feel like playing from day to day. So we just kind of been going with the flow. Pokemon, I was playing Pokemon Pocket, Pokemon TCG Pocket. Grinding out battles and opening up packs. I said it's been a, a very polarizing amount of variety to kick this year off. Carrot seeds, let's go. Skeleton lives here, we'll leave him alone. Get some more mushrooms for carrot soup. Hey, there's our elder. Found the location for our next boss. Blueberries. We need more blueberries. More carrot seeds. You've only killed Eikthyr? Eikthyr is a start. So far, I've killed all of the bosses in this game except for Fodder, the dragon boss of the Ashlands. But this is a still, like, early game world. Because, yeah, last week I started this, or the week before, or something like that. Not that long ago did I start this world. We just started over from fresh, not using any mods or anything like that. So, Eikthyr is the only one that I've fought on this world so far. Do you feel like it's doable to progress by yourself and get to the final boss? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Most of my experience and time spent in this game is solo. Cores. Yeah. Already got our elder. marked. Ooh, what can I drop here? I don't need the resin. Ten more cores is nice. We're gonna need these for portals. Drop the flint. No, my rested bonus. Yeah, a lot of times, most of the time when I'm playing solo, I don't use mods. Whenever I'm playing on a server with my wife, she likes using a lot of quality of life mods. Having more storage spots on the chests, being able to automatically pull from chests that are nearby when you're crafting. Stuff like that. Nothing too, like, insane, but it kind of lets you speed up. Oh my god. Lets you speed up your progression a little bit. Just make crafting a little less of a hassle, that kind of thing. Oh, you're a 2-star. No wonder you're fucking murdering me. Oh, my spear. Oh, that's why. Be gone. What can I draw? Coins, got cores. Lots of good stuff. Get some more of these. Pairing with the shield, yeah. Yeah, just timing your block right as the attack would connect. Makes a big difference in terms of damage output. Gonna have to make a shield then, been using a flint spear. That's what I just upgraded from. I was using a wooden shield and a flint spear for pretty much this whole early game. Then we finally just, like within the last hour and a half, made enough bronze to upgrade to a bronze spear and a bronze shield. But yeah, you can make a wooden shield, and it'll be good enough to parry grey dwarves and skeletons and stuff like that. Is this swimmable? My stam. Lacking the stamina. Mind on a server with friends so you know what the ore clumps look like, just don't know where they are. Yeah, with copper it can be a little bit hard to spot because it looks sort of like just boulders, some of the regular boulders. It's just a slightly different kind of color and pattern on it. Tin and copper. You're only going to find them in the Black Forest. Oh, there's a troll. So yeah, you've got to go into the Black Forest and just look around, get used to kind of seeing the color of the copper. And then the tin is in much smaller deposits, but it's always near water. So as long as you're in the Black Forest and there's like a coastline or a river or anything like that, you can just follow that. And you'll usually find tin. Seeds. Those are still growing. That's all put away. I've got my food. And actually, I need to go ahead and start portals.
So I'm gonna need fine wood, ores, and eyes. I need more fine wood. So let's go get that. Let's go get more fine wood. With farming, I tried using a hoe, but it wouldn't let me plant seeds. Yeah, you won't be able to plant until you get bronze. So, you can use the hoe just for flattening out ground. If you have stone on you, you can raise the ground, you can make a path, and stuff like that, but you won't be able to plant. So once you collect copper and tin, you need some of the red cores that you get from the dungeon like I was just in with all the skeletons. So you take some of the cores and build the smelters. You put in the raw copper and the raw tin so that it gets processed, and then you get this, like the bars of tin and copper ready to be worked. When you combine copper and tin with a forge, you'll make bronze. And then once you have bronze, you can make this, the cultivator. So 5 bronze and 5 core wood, and it lets you make this tool right here. And then, like, plant some carrots. So then once you have the cultivator, it gives you the option to cultivate, which is just kind of like flattening the ground. And then whatever seeds you have, you can plant. So carrots, you can also get seeds when you cut down trees, so that you can plant your own trees, either for decoration or for wood, like having easy wood to harvest. I know, I'm sorry, that's a lot of information all at once. And I don't know how much of it you're familiar with, like how much progress you've made through the game. But yes, once you get bronze, you can make the cultivator, and you can use the cultivator to plant stuff. Fine wood. I need to make portals. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game that's kind of like locked behind a certain tier of technology, essentially. Like, you have to get bronze to be able to farm, and to build carts, and to build the mid-size boat. And then once you're able to get into the swamps, you can start getting iron, and you'll need iron to be able to mine silver and stuff like that. more meat and leather while we're out here. Some more mushrooms. The boat, that's what you want? Yeah, there's 4 different boats in the game. The first one that you can build right off the bat is the raft, but the raft sucks. You really don't want to risk using a raft to go out onto open water, because if it turns into ocean and you get attacked by like a sea serpent, you're not going to last very long on a raft. The carve is good enough to go out on the ocean. It can survive enough hits from a sea serpent that you can fight it. So with this, you need fine wood, which you use a bronze axe to harvest fine wood. You need bronze nails. So yeah, this is the next step up. Then there's a longship that you can make with iron nails. So that'll be like the next step up once we get to the swamp and we start getting iron. And then there's a 4th ship. I don't remember what it's called, but there's a bigger one. That you have to build to get to the Ashlands, because all of the water around the Ashlands biome is so hot that it will burn and destroy any of the other boats. Yeah, bow and arrow is the best way to fight sea serpents. You can also technically use a harpoon, but to make the harpoon, you have to like go out into the ocean. You have to find these creatures called leviathans. They're basically like little floating living islands. And you have to use a pickaxe to get chitin from them. And then you can use the chitin to make a harpoon, and you can use a harpoon to impale the serpent and like drag it onto land. Because once they're on land, they can't attack or do anything. So if you're in a spot where there's ocean right next to land or an island or anything like that that you can pull it up onto, you can just use a harpoon, drag it onto land, and then kill it with whatever, your spear, your axe, whatever you want. But most times you don't have that luxury, you don't have that setup. So 9 times out of 10, you're just shooting arrows at it. Sweet. That should be enough fine wood for now.
portals. I need 20, 40, and 4. 20 eyes, 40 wood, 4 cores. Going to bed early tonight? Alright, Hirimi. Have a good one, man. Bees are happy. Bees are sleeping. Oh, because it's raining. Needs more open space. Might have to replace my bees. That's weird. They didn't need that before. They were fine. They were all making honey. Nothing's changed. Unless the plants are too close and affecting it somehow. Weird. Fix everything up. I'll leave this here. Got my portals. Make a note so I don't forget the name of the portal. For a workbench. Let's grab some more food. We'll just sleep to the next day. Maybe it won't be raining. To exploring. All right, I swam over here. try to parry that. We can parry that. Since I'm still right here by my base, I'm just gonna drop all that off. Oops. Not portal materials. There we go. Or the wood for the workbench. Please. Damn. There's a new thing they just added in an update like today or yesterday, whatever. There's a new type of axe weapon that they added, but you have to get parts for it out of these chests. And it's random. So I wanted to check this structure. Didn't get it. Oh yeah, here's tin. Here's like an example for finding tin. If you're having trouble with that, Sev, you just go into the Black Forest and then look near water for these little silvery tin deposits. Hey, Fresh Mentos. Welcome, welcome. Burial chamber. I'm just going to try to mark these in case I need cores or anything like that. But we should be alright on those for now. Lots of blueberries. Need them for good food. Need them for bear armor. Go ahead and get some thistle as well. We're going to need those for sausages. Plenty of burial chambers over here. You can also get tin sometimes in these towers. There's usually like a barrel sitting right out front that I just smashed with the spear. I didn't get any this time. I got coal and I got leather. But sometimes you can get tin without having to mine it inside those barrels. You can also break this little stool. And get fine wood without cutting down trees that require the bronze axe. Some nice ways to get some of those supplies before you're really able to get them. I mean, there's other more risky ways. Like, once you get more used to, like, dodging and stuff, trolls can be really useful. You can lure a troll over to whatever trees you need knocked down and just keep dodging attacks and let the troll break down trees. You can let them break down copper and tin. But it also takes a while just to learn and get used to dodging. Because I know when I first started out playing this game, trolls were terrifying. I didn't want to have anything to do with them. Oh, here's copper. So if you're ever looking for copper, like I said, it looks kind of similar. You can see, like, here's a regular rock outcropping. It looks very similar to the copper. And then here's copper. It's just got these little shiny bits to it. But that's what you want to look for if you're running around the forest trying to find copper. Here's another one. Sunken ships. 2 of them. These are nice. You can see it's not always visible, but there's usually a chest with treasure. These can also be broken down for fine wood. This is why I set up a portal. Now, pop off the food. Wait, I already have. It's fine. Oh, and repairs. Gotta repair. Hey, carrot seeds are blooming. Break all this down. We're back to adventuring. One-star Skelly. Another burial chamber. Not fear the troll. We simply parry the troll. Do not try that without a bronze shield. At least a bronze shield. You'll have a much worse time if you're using a using a wooden shield or anything else. Also, I saw a video of someone building a very compact little house base inside of the entrance of a troll cave, like just this area right here. And I kind of want to do that at some point. Mark it up, yeah. I don't know if this will be the best one. It's pretty close to the water line. Like I could use it as a boat dock. Ideally. But that troll cave. Because sometimes you can get the troll caves like right down on the coastline. So if I can find one like that, it'll definitely become a little fishing hut, boat dock area. I don't want to jinx myself. I haven't been seeing very many bears while I run around. Came across your first bear recently? Yeah, bears are scarier than trolls. They're like the thing you really gotta watch out for in Black Forest. Here's a fun trick. You see how there's all those... There's a boar and a bunch of necks and things over there? And it would kind of be a pain in the ass to like go and chase them and down them all at once. If you're using a spear, just throw it at the ground. And it aggroes them all. And they'll just come right to you. Easier way to farm up meat and leather, necktails. It's something if you use the spear as a weapon, since you said you're using the flint spear. Because I really like the spears in this game. They're some of my favorite weapons to use. But don't sleep on the spear throw. Being able to throw the spear is such a benefit, and it does more damage than a regular stab. Takes a little while to practice with it and kind of get used to it in terms of aiming. But yeah, I love having the spear. Rock formation right on the coast. This could be a fun spot for building a base. I like finding spots where you've got these natural things that you can't make yourself. Kind of in a cool position. So you could level all this out, make a dock, set up a base on that. But at this point, the base I've set up should be fine for meadows and black forests. I'm really on the lookout for swamp and if we get lucky, the elder. Already got one marked on the map, but sometimes there's always going to be multiples. Oh. More bees. Drop stuff off. I'm actually going to make another cart. $10 and $20. To leave like right over here by the portal, just to make dropping stuff off a bit easier. Do some farming. Gather up the carrot seeds. Plant some more carrots. good on everything else. Got our cart for dropping stuff off. Got our carrots planted. Fix everything. Go. That's come full circle around. At least for this little section here. There's a little bit more off on that side. And then I need to finish exploring there. Oh, well, skeleton's fighting a bear. Oh. There's a few different ways you can deal with bears. You can do the safe thing and like jump up on something like this and just shoot it with arrows or throw your spear at it. You can also, if you have a burial chamber nearby like this, you can kind of get them stuck. Ow. Just be careful. You can parry them, just like anything, at least with a bronze. Eat food. Parry. Parry. Come back.
this one marked. Alright, so let's go through the middle here. I'm just kind of mapping out my starting area. Blueberries. This could potentially be a fun place to build if you like caves and hobbit hole type houses. Anytime you've got a good sheer like cliff face with a big boulder jutting out like this, you can dig out underneath it. It's one of the few times in this game you can really like make a sort of underground base. At least without any kind of mods and stuff. That wouldn't be terrible for a base either, since it's also got access to the ocean. Already through all this. Give me them bloobs. We need the bloobs. More bloobs. Give me the bloobas.
collect all the ancient seeds. So we're gonna hopefully pop Elder very soon. Skeletons just hanging around here. Just gonna harvest my bloobs. Where's their burial chamber? Skeleton friend? Skeletons kind of are friends. With how much stuff can swarm you in Black Forest? The skeletons are nice because they'll aggro gray dwarves and trolls and bears. They can kind of help you take some stuff down. Ow. Like a skeleton because I know how to fucking party. Ain't no party like a skeleton party. Another troll up there fighting something. Having it out with the skeleton archer. Don't mind me. I'm just harvesting blueberries. Out. I forgot to get my rested buff. Berries. Ow. Oh, okay. I'm actually in danger. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, there's a bear too. Music Theater, the only problem is I need to get safely because of the animation. See, like, I needed that second of cover. Eat. Come back here, grab the ancient seeds. That was a little scary. It's fine. might actually be... everything for our island, for this section. Yep. So this is all mapped out, at least for the coasts. I just need to come down and map this. Poison still got me. Oh, rested buff. We'll just go back. Just go back and go to sleep. Did you get some rested buff too? It's all good, Sev. Appreciate you hanging out. Coming through with the Cat Link raid and sticking around. Keeping me company. Very much appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a good night.
probably be trying to kill more deer. Get some more hide, and potentially get some trophies so that I can make the stag breaker. Nice, there's one. Stag breaker's kind of nice for some things. Can break underground chests whenever you're at the little crashed boat spawns. You can use it to find silver. Once we find a mountain. Trophy, good stuff. I think that's enough for the stag breaker right there. Nothing. Treasure chest, no bees. I was hoping I could make the new axes, but I cannot find axe heads. And there's a bear, a 1-star bear. That is a hefty unit.
the troll cave right on the water. Might make this a base. Lubas. Give me Bluba. Thank you. Definitely enough ancient seeds. Go deal with Elder. Bear. Another troll cave. Holy tin. Man. You gotta leave me alone. Hey, Escalade. Welcome. Run's going all right. We're still very early in this this world. But I'm mapping out my starting area, getting some ideas for future base building spots. Keeping an eye out for Elder, farming ancient seeds. I'd say this part of the game for you is the best. For sure. I love the first part of a Valheim world when you're just doing the stuff in meadows and forests. There's plenty of stuff to do. But things aren't getting too crazy overrun yet. But in general, like, everything up through plains and somewhat mountains, everything up through plains I would say I really like Mistlands and Ashlands is usually where I stop and just start over in a new world. I still have not actually even killed the Ashlands boss. I've only done everything up through Mistlands in that regard. But I like this part of the game. I love the early game, harvesting and building, getting set up, kind of getting established. I could potentially swim that. There's enough rocks and stuff. Starting island is much bigger than I anticipated. Kind of surprised I haven't seen swamp or mountain connected. Got enough ancient seeds, so I don't need to bust those up anymore. It's a bear.
over on this side. Oh, there's swamp. We've officially got swamp. Not really a whole lot I can get there until I get my swamp key. But we can potentially start getting blood bags, entrails, turnips. I do not want to start delving into swamp at night, though. Sir. This is no longer your home. This is my house now.
Stag breaker. 2 leather and 20 core. Bam. Food, got stuff put up. Others, don't need that, don't need that. Nah, shit. The Draugr. I just wanted to look at the swamp a little bit. See if I could spot any crypts. Might not be big enough. Open for mapping out some crypts. Or some turnip seeds. Maybe even bone mass. No stuff in these. Got swamp going into mountain. But that's good to know. We've got access to some other biomes without having to sail. Destroyed dock area. More black forest here. There's more swamp on the other side there. Meet a blue bus. This would be a good spot for a hobbit base. Copper vein right next to a large boulder. You can dig out a lot of space with a lot of overhang right here. Good for tunneling. The 2-star boar. Too bad I'm not starting a boar farm yet. Definitely not all the way over here. Stag breaker time. There it is. Nice. Hey, wooden knife, wooden axe, silver necklace. I know. My cat's been sleeping for a while. Woke up, came to check on me. Let's see what I'm doing. Hey, Dave, thank you so much for the raid. Nub on in time to raid again. Life is good. Thank you so much, dude. Shoutouts already been given. What were you up to, man? Over here, we're just chilling, playing some Valheim. weebing out. Arc Knights. Shockingly good. I don't know anything about Arc Knights. Arc Knights Enfield? I'm Googling. They pulled a Death Stranding. Anime gacha, but a lot of genres matched up. Is it anime Death Stranding? Enfield. Action RPG combat, Death Stranding, Factorio. Anime Death Stranding might actually get me to try it out. In base building, and people can use other people's items, healing units, zipline storage. I feel they decided that both base building and Factorio should be in a gacha game. They're just trying to go for the Barnum line of thinking. Just, there's something in it for everybody. Just put enough things in the game, and there will be people who like some aspect of it enough to play and respect it. That's cool. Hope you're having a good time. Appreciate the stream. Or appreciate the raid after your stream. I'll have to check out the VOD. You can do message signs like in Dark Souls. And there's funny and troll messages. Oh, I think I remember seeing somebody. That may have been you. I feel like I saw that in Discord. Someone talking about the message system. Yeah. Oh, got more buried treasure. If I can find it. Registering as too hard. Is it just the birch? There's buried treasure under there somewhere. Usually you can find it with the stag breaker. It's nothing we need. Nothing we need that desperately. Here's another one. There's always hidden treasure in these stone formations. So it's right there. So you can see the numbers, the little damaged numbers. That's where the chest is. I can actually just keep hitting it with the stack breaker. And eventually it'll break. And then the treasure just teleports to the top of the ground. There it is. Got a wooden axe, don't need that. Got some fire arrows, which is nice. Take some free fire arrows. Yes, beating the earth into submission so that it coughs up its goods. That's the Viking way. Damn, this is a really big starting area. Nothing. Chance for the new axe head. Didn't get it. Damn. They just added new stuff to this game. Like today. And there's a new axe weapon. But the only way to craft it is to find 2 axe heads. It's like a mysterious axe head and something else. I forget what they're called exactly, but you can only find them in chests. No other way to get them or craft them. Just gotta keep checking these little prefab houses and hoping we get one. Hoping we get both. I don't know if both can even spawn in the same thing, but that would be convenient. I haven't found either. Another stone formation. We can get some more treasure here. Beat the earth into submission once again. There it is. Need inventory space. Oh, knife, don't need that, don't need that. Silver necklace. The amber pearls. And Grey Dwarf Swarm. stamina. That's fine. Blocking my build. Time to harvest carrots. I should still have plenty of seeds. Forgot to get my rested buff. That's fine. Let's actually get it in here. I need one more stone. Go. Deal with the Grey Dwarves. Yeah, y'all fight each other. Leave me alone. Managed to loop almost back around to my main base. all this is mapped. All this is mapped. This continent, this starting continent wound up being much larger than I expected. I just need to map this side and figure out getting to the Elder. Probably gonna have to sail. Oh, chance for axe head. Come on, new item. Didn't get it. Never lucky. Axe head? No axe head. Treasure. Treasure. No axe head. No axe head. Come on, man. Just want the new things. Plenty of arrows. If nothing else, getting nice and stocked up on flint head arrows. In fact, I can just get rid of these wood arrows at this point. Hey, what's up, Seth? This game is technically still in development? Yes, it is. Yesterday or today, whatever, one-star bear. It's the 5-year anniversary of Valheim today. So this game's been in early access for 5 years. And this might be the year where it finally gets full release and 1.0 comes out. They're working on the final biome. Oh, look. Where I was before. But we fully mapped everything now. Looped all the way. We need to actually sail out from this way to the Elder. It's always seemed interesting to me, but I already had other games to play. Beyond the base building, how would you describe the gameplay? I mean, you've got your base building and crafting and cooking and everything. You've got one part Stardew Valley where you're farming and fishing. You've got sailing and exploring. And then fighting bosses and doing dungeons is challenging, but you're rewarded for kind of learning your skill sets and how to prepare for things. I hate making the Dark Souls comparison for anything that has like a parry and a dodge roll in it, but a lot of the combat comes down to learning parry timing and learning dodge roll timing. So if you like action games kind of in that style, that's a lot of the combat. Yeah, I'm playing completely solo right now, for example. You do not have to play multiplayer whatsoever. Most of my time spent in this game has been solo. And usually when I play with other people, I'll play with like 1 or 2 other people. It's usually just like me and my wife, or like us and like maybe 1 other friend. But yeah, a lot of my time spent in this game has just been completely solo. But it's a fun game. It's got a lot of stuff that I like to it. I really like the building in this game too. There's not a whole lot of other crafting, survival-y type games like this that I really play. And for me, the building is really, really fun. Like, it's one of the best building systems in these kind of games that I've ever experienced. Now, again, my overall experience with that type of game is not huge. I've played like a tiny bit of Minecraft. I'm not very big in Minecraft. I have maybe I've got less than 5 hours total that I've ever played in Minecraft. Like, it's just not a game I was able to ever really get into. But yeah, there's a ton. Like, I built this house, I built this little farm. The stone tower was already here, so I just kind of like made my base around it because I can't build with stone yet. But everything is like physics based. So you make your foundation. So you can see how like I placed this down into the ground and it's blue, showing that it's like the most secure that it can possibly be. And then you build upward from that and it's green, which shows that it's like stable. And then you can start building off of that. And then you can start building off that. And you can see it's like gradually kind of changing color. Start building more off that. It starts turning orange. And then red. And then once you kind of get too far from stability, it falls apart. So you have a limit of how much you can really build off of your structural stability. But you can see, like, once you've got everything set up, so I can put this here and then connect that. So now this is connected to the ground, so this side has stability. Now all of this is green because it has these two stable points. So you've got the nice physics-based build system. And when you take away those points, like, gravity starts to... It takes a moment, but it kicks in and stuff falls apart. So you're limited to how much you can really... Yeah, there's logic and physics behind, like, what you can build and how big you can build. And then as you progress through the game, you get access to stronger building materials, stronger types of wood, stone, marble, etc., metal, iron, you know. There's physics around, like, fire and smoke. So, like, for my kitchen here, I have my 3 cooking fires going, but then you have to actually build chimneys if there's not enough room for the smoke from your fire to escape. It'll fill up your house with smoke and start actively harming you because you're just standing around in smoke and can't breathe. If you build a chimney up to funnel out smoke, but you don't put a roof on it, as soon as it rains, it puts your fire out. So you're trying to build things around, like, all of these different things, all these different mechanics and physics and logic. Like, you have to keep your fire covered. You have to have room for the smoke to escape. Everything has to be structurally sound. But it makes the building really, really interesting if you're into that kind of thing. I like that kind of thing in games a lot, so I have a lot of fun with building in this game. But then, yeah, outside of building, fighting bosses, clearing dungeons, crafting weapons and armor, mining, sailing, fishing, farming, all of it's pretty fun. There's raids where periodically enemies will start attacking your base. So you kind of have like a base defense mode that kicks in every once in a while whenever you're around your main like bases where you've built a certain amount of structures. If you're active inside these bases, you'll periodically get attacked. So you'll have to like defend your base. Right now, I'm still in the early parts of the game, so I've just got basic wooden fences, and that'll be more than enough to defend it for the types of raids that I'll get at this level. Except for maybe trolls. Trolls can come in and smash all this up pretty quick. But then there's different levels to this, where it's like, okay, if I wanted to make this impervious to trolls, I can take my pickaxe, and there's terrain. Something else that a lot of other crafting, building type games don't always do. Terrain manipulation. So it's like you can flatten out ground, you can just dig wherever you want, and dig down, very deep to make trenches, to make basements. You can then, when you have enough stone, you can also raise the ground. So, like, you can raise ground up. And you can raise it up very, very tall to make walls and shape all of the terrain and everything how you want it. Yeah, it gives you a lot of control. I never played Conan Exile. I know there's a lot of similar stuff in that game. There's a few Valheim YouTubers and streamers who I know who also play Conan Exiles, because it's that same, or very similar kind of game. Just sit here for a moment. You guys keep an eye on things. Make sure I don't get raided. I'm going to go use the restroom. And then we're going to set up to sail over to the Elder. Back in a bit. And then we'll fight a boss. All right. Anytime you had any major combat engagement, felt out of your league. Not like it was just a skill factor with Conan. Base building was really fun in Conan, but eventually you realize your shit's gonna get fucked by a hacker every time. That's always a shame. When there's like a really good game, but other people, other players, community essentially kind of ruins it. Always sucks. And is it not something that you can play completely solo, the way you can with Valheim? I thought you could with Conan. Alright, we need to go... Well, we need to set up a portal. Put our boss portal over on this side, I guess, or somewhere. Right there for now. What is it? 10 eyes, 20 wood tubers.
Next, we need 80 bronze nails. Resin. 10 hide and 30 fine wood. Regular wood for a workbench. Alright, got the stuff to make my portal. We're sailing over to the Elder. I can barely see the icon. All right. There it is. Valheim's much chiller. The base attacks are very manageable. And the nice thing about the Valheim raids is, like, you have a lot of control over how difficult they are. Because they're based on which bosses you've already killed. And, like, which enemies you've already fought. Like, you won't get a troll raid until you kill a troll. You only get raided by, like, boars and necks at the very start. And then once you kill the first boss, then it progresses to Grey Dwarves and things from the Black Forest. Then once you kill the Elder, it progresses to things in the swamp. It's always, like, the next biome boss that sets off the next, like, level of raid. So if you're, like, not prepared for those more difficult raids, you just don't fight the boss until you get your base in shape, until you get your gear in order, until it's at a point where you feel like you can handle the next step up. So it's nice because it gives you a lot more control over it.
it is. The Elder. To do is build a little platform up off the ground. Got quick access to come and fight this boss. You can build outside of your base too? Absolutely. Like, the only reason the place I keep going back to is because I established that as my base. I could make this entire boss, like, shrine area my base if I would like. Pretty much anywhere that you can slap down a workbench, you can make it your base. And you can build... I could dig this out and build underneath it. I could build structures up on these stone platforms and build up in, you know, above it. I could build tree houses all the way up these trees. I could sail out and find a tiny little island with nothing around it and put my base there. Like, you can build and create a base and do stuff almost anywhere. Pretty much the only place you can't is inside of dungeons, where there's an actual, like, loading screen to go into a new area. Is there a time you'd want to build an outpost for strategic advantages? Yes. So, like, right now, once I kill this boss, the next biome that I'm going to go through is the swamp. That's where the next boss is. That's where the next set of, like, materials is. But the swamp is, like, really uninhabitable. It's mostly water. It's always raining. So it's very difficult to keep, like, fires going. So usually you'll want to set up a little outpost in a biome that's right next to the swamp. If you can find forest or meadows, you'll set up a little base outside the swamp so that you've got someplace close by with a portal set up to go back to your main base. And the other big thing is these portals, by default, I can't remember how I set it up for this world, because you can change it in your settings, but by default, you cannot go through a portal with raw metal. So if you're going to the swamp, which one of the main things that you're going to get out of the swamp is iron, you can't teleport back to your base with that iron. So you're either going to have to set up a little outpost where you can forge all of your iron equipment right there in the swamp, where you where you get it, or you're going to have to set up a boat and a little outpost with a dock so that you can load up all of your metal onto your boat and then sail it all the way back to your main base to process it. Do you move slower in swamps? You move slower and have worse stamina regeneration when you're wet in general. And because it's always raining in the swamp and there's so much water everywhere, yeah, you're moving slower, your stamina recovery sucks. There's a lot of things that can poison you, so you really need to have like poison resistance, which comes from mead that you can craft, and later on certain types of armor. Some realism in the fantasy regarding iron, and all of that is adjustable. Like, you can make it easier on yourself and allow all materials to go through a portal, which sometimes I do. I can't remember if I set it up that way in this world or not. I could actually find out real quick. And then you can also completely disable portals altogether. You can disable the map altogether so that you have to basically remember landmarks or make your own pathways and roads, since you don't have a map to like get from base to base or outpost to outpost. Yeah, so this little icon right here, like, here's my tin and my copper and my bronze. So if I have this bronze on me, my portals don't work. Let's sleep. Okay. Time to fight the Elder. Yeah, exactly. So, it's just the raw metal. So, like, this metal that's, like, waiting to be crafted into stuff, I cannot take that through the portal. But, like, my bronze helmet, my bronze weapon and shield, my bronze axe, these things that have already been crafted, like, those can go through. But yeah, any unprocessed or uncrafted metal cannot. I need to make some fire arrows, wood resin and feathers. Of arrows. I could make guess the bronze won't really help me too much in terms of equipment. Nah. That should be fine. Food should be okay. Oh, I never made my mead kettle. Four tin, 6 copper. Leather. There we go. Now we can start making mead. And I will need a fermenter. 10 resin, 5 bronze. I might not have the fine wood for it. Yeah, I don't have the fine wood. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. We just need our ancient seeds. Wait, I thought I had more than that. I don't remember how many I need. 3? Has awakened. Coming up. Immediately gets stuck. Yeah, the bow itself, I mean, at this point, this is pretty early game. This is just the second boss. So, equipment is not the strongest at this stage of the game. That's why I made a ton of fire arrows.
because he at least takes some extra damage from fire. I just want to use the stone pillars for cover whenever he attacks with that. Stay away from the roots whenever he summons them. Some spear damage in there. Time those dodges. Ooh. Didn't time that one correctly, but I got the parry at least. Get away from the roots. Back to fire arrows. Dodges in. Ooh, AoE hit me that one time. The root almost fucking killed me. You might die to fire damage here. Hey! Boss number 2 down. Time to vibe. We did it. So now I have that boss's head, and I can go... Each time you kill a boss, you also get a power, like an ability from them, as well as like something to progress to the next biome, the next area. So this gives me the swamp key,
So now I can start going into swamps, and in the swamps, you'll occasionally find crypts, and you need this key to get into those crypts. That's where you're going to get your iron. That's where you're going to get withered bones, which is for the third boss. What you need to summon the third boss, Bone Mass, who can also be found in the swamps. Oh no, this is super early game on this world. So yeah, that's second boss down. But just for like time comparison, I guess, I played about 4.5 hours of this world last week and about 6.5 hours today. So in about 11 hours total, I've gotten to this point where I killed the second boss. I've got my first base established, all the gear, all the food, everything kind of where I'm at currently. So then after this is going to the swamps. Next boss is Bone Mass. After swamp is the mountains. And the mountain boss, Motor, a huge dragon. After the mountain is the plains. And in the plains, the boss is Yagluth, a gigantic skeleton crawling around. It's like just the top half of a skeleton, but it's massive. And it's magic. He's like a sorcerer who summons fucking meteors down on your head. After that is the Mistlands, which is filled with like insects, roaches, and you fight the queen roach, a massive insect queen. And then after Mistlands is Ashlands, where you fight another huge dragon, Fodder. And then there's one more biome that's being worked on, called the Deep North, that's not out yet, because this game is still in early access after 5 years. Although we should be getting that final biome sometime this year, most likely. Guessing you've done multiple playthroughs of this game, so that also means it has high replay value. Yes. So every time you create a world, it's random seed generated. No two worlds are ever the same. Like, this is my starting continent. You can see for scale, like here's the base that we're on right now, and then here's how big my starting area is. Sometimes your starting area will be like tiny. It'll just be like a tiny little island, and you'll have to start sailing off to go and explore other places. So you're never going through the world the same way. You're never getting access to resources and biomes in the same order, because technically you can do a lot of stuff out of order in this game. But yeah, I've put almost 900 hours into this game over the last 4 years or so. For almost 5 years. Because I didn't start playing immediately on launch. I started playing a little bit later. Hey, Chosen. I did see Return to Silent Hill. I made a whole video on it. The short version is... my wife and I had a good time laughing at it because of how absurd and terrible it was. But we legitimately, like, have fun watching bad movies. We spend a lot of time just watching bad movies and laughing at them. So it's fun in a bad way. It's not a good movie. But it's so absurd and so bizarre that we were laughing constantly while we watched it. And if you want the long version of what we thought about it, you can watch it on YouTube. We spent like 2 hours talking about it. Let me get you a link. We spent longer than the length of the film talking about the film. There you go. There's our full, like, 2-hour discussion on it. It is full of spoilers, so if you're planning on watching the movie yourself and you care about the spoilers, be warned. How far am I from this? Not too far. We'll just run. Where would I rate this movie compared to the others? The first Silent Hill movie is still the best Silent Hill movie. I consider Return to Silent Hill better than Silent Hill Revelation. Because Revelation is not even like so bad that it's fun or funny. It's just kind of bad. Like, it's got a couple moments, but most of it is just kind of bad and boring. So we definitely had more fun laughing at Return to Silent Hill than we did watching Revelation. But I don't know, there's a lot of different ways to rate them. Like, if we're talking about in terms of just how good of a movie is it, I would call the first Silent Hill movie like a 5 out of 10. Return to Silent Hill would be like a 3 out of 10. And Silent Hill Revelation would be like a 2 out of 10. If we're talking about how accurate they are as a Silent Hill adaptation, like how faithful they are, the first Silent Hill movie's like a 2 out of 10. And Return and Revelation are like a 1 out of 10. But if we're talking like enjoyment of a bad movie. Oh hey, Odin. Oh, and he's gone. But if you watch bad movies, and if you have fun watching bad movies, Silent Hill 1 is still the best in terms of that. Because that's how I watched the first Silent Hill movie, too. It's not a very good adaptation of Silent Hill 1. and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense on its own. It's not very well written. Some really crappy dialogue. But it's got some really nice special effects, some nice practical effects, some cool moments, some good music. Like, the first Silent Hill movie at least kind of has those things going for it, where it's a lot more enjoyable. Return to Silent Hill, somewhat enjoyable, but not nearly as much as the first movie. But it's not as bad as Revelation. Yeah, video game to movie adaptations just almost never work. Almost never. I will say, though, as bad as the Silent Hill movies are, there's definitely much worse adaptations out there. We were talking about that earlier, but if you've ever seen any of Uwe Boll's adaptations, video game adaptation movies, he made a bunch of them. He made House of the Dead. He made Alone in the Dark. He made Blood Rain. And Dungeon Siege, In the Name of the King. Uwe Boll made a whole lot of video game adaptations, and they are all so much worse than any of the Silent Hill movies. Like, the Silent Hill movies aren't great, but in terms of video game to movie adaptations, the bar is very low. Alright, I need to do a little bit of inventory here. Start putting some stuff away. And I actually need to build some more storage. Let's go ahead and do that now. Trophies, leather, crafting, resin, bees, rocks. Seeds. Okay, the rest of this is stuff going into the kitchen. Also just put this stuff somewhere else. I do wonder why they keep on trying, though. They must know true fans will say it's garbage, but they keep on making them. Because ultimately it doesn't really matter what true fans think. Because it can still turn a profit. Not everybody out there is a true fan. A lot of the people going to see the movies are not familiar with the video games at all. It's just people going to see a movie. So a lot of times, if the budget's low enough and enough people go and see it, it'll still turn a profit. And that's all the studios really look at. Would you say Ascension is better than the latest film? No. No, I would not. Ascension is also 6 times longer. And 100 times worse. Yes. Carrot harvesting. Carrots and honey. If we can survive Ascension, we can survive anything. I mean, that's also where my mentality is. There's so many people who have been roasting Return to Silent Hill and saying that it's like the absolute worst thing to exist. And that it's insulting to the Silent Hill name. And it's like, clearly you did not watch Ascension. Clearly you did not play Book of Memories if you think Return to Silent Hill is the worst thing with the Silent Hill name on it. Carrots and honey, that's all I need. It's a nice, healthy snack. Some honey glazed carrots. There we go. We got more carrots growing. All right. My inventory from the carts are put away. I need to make more food. Cooked deer meat, blueberries, and carrots. We need to cook more deer meat. Make some deer stew. Got a bunch of deer stew. Let's do some carrot soup. Do feel sorry for the backlash the producers must go through? Yeah, that is definitely something where fans take shit way too personally and take stuff way too far. Like, pretty much the first day after Return to Silent Hill came out, there was an article about how Christoph Gans was getting death threats. Again, like, the type of Silent Hill fan that is that upset over a bad movie, I don't know. If they're just new fans who have not already been through, like, I feel like I'm so jaded, having been a Silent Hill fan since the beginning, like since 1999. Like, it's gonna take a lot more than just a shitty movie to piss me off. I've already been through so much shit with this series that the movie is, like, not even close to being one of the worst series experiences that you can have. So, I don't know. But people who get upset to the point where they're, like, sending death threats to the director, it's like, chill the fuck out. He didn't delete Silent Hill 2 from existence. He made a shitty movie that you don't have to watch. You can just play the game. You can always just go back and play the game. engage with the stuff you do like. Some people want their franchise to be treated with Lord of the Rings dignity. Fuck that. I've watched almost all of Rings of Power. That doesn't exist either. Forgot that exists? Yeah, exactly. Never watch Rings of Power for a reason? It's frustrating. If you're at all familiar with Lord of the Rings, like as the books or even just the movies, there's so much nonsense in Rings of Power. There's so much stuff that does not make sense. And the writers even admitted as much, like, that there were aspects of the show that they did not, they didn't have a plan. I'm trying to think of a way to talk about it without spoiling it for people who do want to watch it, but there's a character in the show that when they started writing the character, they did not know who that character was going to wind up being. And then when there is eventually many, many episodes later, when they finally decide who that character is going to be, it completely goes against the what's in the books about that character. Yeah, they were just improvising as they went on, as they wrote the show. Let's make more Queen's Jam. Do we have faith a true, genuine Silent Hill film will come? No. Not really. Like, I think there are ways to tell a good Silent Hill story in the format of a movie. I do not think there is a good way to format the existing games into a movie. Like if you were making a completely original Silent Hill movie, a story that you wrote that takes place in your own world with your own characters, that fits the themes of Silent Hill, uses Silent Hill as a location, and is like, you know, respectful towards the established lore of the games in terms of like how the powers work, how the creatures are designed, that sort of thing. That would be your best bet for like a quote-unquote true, genuine Silent Hill film. But if you're just trying to take like the existing stories from the games and squeeze 12 hours of game into a 2-hour movie, I don't think it works. I don't think there's any way to make it work. So I don't have a whole lot of faith in Silent Hill being adapted in that way. Like, maybe as a TV series, maybe as like a long-running streaming show. But again, I don't think there's any directors or producers or people who would be familiar enough with the source material that they would actually do it any justice. Yeah, exactly, Steve-O. If you're familiar with Silmarillion and a lot of the other original books, yeah. Again, I was trying not to spoil the Gandalf thing, but that's the character that I was talking about, where they introduced the character not even knowing. The writers said when they introduced Gandalf, they didn't know that was going to be Gandalf. It was just some guy who had amnesia and did magic. There were hints at him being Sauron. Saruman. No, Sauron. There were hints at him being like a different wizard. And then they decide like, no, it's just Gandalf. Even though it was like an entire age before Gandalf is supposed to show up. They're just like, yeah, whatever, it's Gandalf now. So fucking dumb. Yeah, exactly. There's things in Rings of Power that are not too terrible, but if you're familiar with the source material, watching it is very frustrating because it's like, wait, that's not right. You're constantly just saying, like, wait, that's not right. This timeline isn't correct. These characters shouldn't be there. Am I a fan of the Resident Evil films? Not really, no. I mean, I stopped watching them after a certain point. I don't even really remember which one I left off. Because, yeah, there's a bunch of them. But, no, I don't really care for the Resident Evil movies either. If you like big, dumb action movies, they've got that going for them. But it's not really my type of film. And they're not, again, not good adaptations or anything. Okay, I got food made. I need to start making mead. So we need a fermenter, which means I need fine wood. Let's go get some fine wood real quick. I don't know. I just never really understand the idea behind people being like, hey, let's take this existing book or game or whatever and make a version of it for a movie, but then completely disregard the source material and just make kind of your own thing anyway. And it's like, if you're gonna make your own thing anyway, why not just make your own thing? Like, why did Return to Silent Hill have to be a Silent Hill movie? Why couldn't that have just been, you know, a movie about a guy who falls in love with a woman who is part of a cult? Like fucking Wicker Man. Like, that concept exists outside of Silent Hill. If you're gonna change it so much from the source material, like, don't even bother calling it an adaptation. Just say you made your own thing and it's inspired by Silent Hill. It's influenced by these other things, but if you're not going to accurately adapt it, like, don't even bother going for the adaptation angle. Same could be said for a lot of the games. Like, there's not much of anything. There's a few small things, but not much that connects Silent Hill F to the rest of the series. You basically take out the mentions of White Claudia and Aglophilus, and it's pretty much its own original thing. And it's like, why not just do that? Why not just make your own original thing? But so much of it comes down to marketing. It's all just marketing. More people will go and see something if it's got something familiar in the title. Something for them to say, I know what that is. I've heard of Silent Hill. I'll go see this thing. So it's all just kind of a big marketing ploy. But that always backfires, because if you're going to use stuff like that to market, the main audience that you're marketing to are the people familiar with what you're using, like what title you're using. And those are going to be the people who you most upset when it's nothing like the source material. But I guess by that point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it upsets those people, because they still paid for their movie tickets, and the movie can still turn a profit. It just has to sucker you in long enough to engage with the product. But then you wonder how movie franchises like Halloween and Friday the 13th got so popular. It was just a chance on that first movie? Yeah. So for example, like Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th wouldn't have existed without the popularity of Halloween. They saw that you could make a relatively low-budget horror movie that's able to turn a profit. Very low investment, and it can be hugely popular. So it's like, okay, they just kind of copy the formula. You got your slasher based around a particular day on the calendar. For Halloween, it's Halloween. For Friday the 13th, it's Friday the 13th. It's right in the title. Just copy the formula one for one. But it winds up working. But there was at least still that attempt made, like Friday the 13th wouldn't have existed if not for Halloween, but it was not an outside director making their own adaptation of Halloween. They were still making their own unique product, like their own unique ideas, their own movie. Even Silent Hill started that way. Silent Hill was Konami just looking at Capcom and their success with Resident Evil and saying, we want a successful horror franchise too. We can also have puzzles and monsters and tank controls. Like, we can do all that. Let's do all that. But they made it their own. They made it something unique. Like, that aspect of taking something and making it your own seems to just be gone these days. Instead of coming up with your own original ideas that are inspired by something that's already successful, it's just remakes or rehashes or, you know, slapping the title on something sort of unrelated. Yeah, even Star Wars wasn't dedicated to having a sequel after the first film. George Lucas had ideas and stuff, but it wasn't slated, like guaranteed, that he would have the opportunity to even make more. And Star Wars itself is, you know, wouldn't have existed if not for a lot of sci-fi and westerns and samurai movies that came before it, that it is also heavily based on. It's not a matter of making a blockbuster with these movies, just trying to fill as many seats. Yeah. There's always going to be compromise between, like, the artistic, you know, vision that some artistic forces desire to make something creative, whether it's a director or a writer, you know, or whoever, versus the people trying to make it financially viable. There's always going to be compromise there, but I feel like the artistic integrity compromise in more recent years, like, has to give up much, much more than they used to.
Okay, I've got the wood now for the fermenters. So 5 bronze. I'm going to go ahead and make 2 of them. So let's make 1 more of these. $20 resin. And 60 fine wood. We can start fermenting mead. I'm going to want poison resist and I'm going to want healing and stamina and poison resist. We're definitely going to want poison resist going into the swamps though. So honey, thistle, necktail, coal. Honey, thistle, necktail, coal. Go. Do stamina, yellow mushrooms, red berries. Perfect. Got our fermenters going. We've got food, we've got crops, we've got bees. There's swamp over here. About time to start sailing around. I really want to find the merchant. So let's set up another portal. $20.44. 20. And I need a little designated portal hub.
or I could put it upstairs. Maybe over on this side. Or over there. Yeah. Those are not level at all. So we got our Elder Portal, we got our Exploring one. I actually just want to go grab my boat. And then my Explorer portal is here. So let's go back to the Elder, grab the boat, sail back over, grab this portal, and then go sailing. And hope I can find the merchant. Trying to think of a movie that came out not long ago. Might have been the Mario movie. Where the person in charge basically let their child determine the flow of the movie. And the passion project in the regard of my kid told me so. I mean, at the very least with something like a Mario movie, it kind of feels appropriate for it to have some somewhat childlike direction behind it. More so than a lot of other adaptations. I'm sure nobody wanted the original Mario movie. What are you talking about? The gritty, post-apocalyptic, live-action Mario with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins. Love the 90s Super Mario. So do I. I mean, like, not... Again, similar to Return to Silent Hill. I don't enjoy it as, like, a pinnacle of cinema. It's bad. But it's a fun movie to watch. It's cheesy. It's got some silly special effects. It's got some stupid dialogue that's memorable. Was she corpulent? Very corpulent? No. She was just really round. Raining in the ocean. We might get a, might get a snack. be a sea snake. Epic battle between Nemesis and Pyramid Head. We already have that. It's called Dead by Daylight. They already exist in a crossover together. Oops. This can stay. Keep the other stuff. We need a film version, though. I mean, they're working on a Dead by Daylight movie already. That's already in production. Maybe they'll show up in that. Although I kind of doubt it. I imagine the DVD movie is going to be focused on their original characters. Or it'll be like any other video game adaptation and it's going to have almost nothing to do with the source material. But yeah, the Dead by Daylight movie's in production. Blumhouse is doing it. So kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of what to expect. Although Blumhouse movies are kind of all over the place. Some are actually pretty good. Others not so much. Nighttime, so we might get a sea snake. serpent. No serpent. Let's just go with the direction of the wind. See if we get lucky and the merchant is somewhere in this black forest with the elder. Hold on. Is this an island troll cave? Oh, it is. Oh, I'm tempted to just build a little base here just because. Oh, and it has its very own bear. And a burial chamber? Okay. I need stamina. Ouch. Surprised they haven't tried to bring back short circuit in today's times. Everything comes back full circle, especially in this day and age where there's far more remake, reboot, rehash instead of original IP. Like, it'll probably happen. It'll probably happen. I'll tell you one thing that won't happen. If it does, if they made a new short circuit, the main thing that anybody outside of like people who are obviously big fans of it, but even people who are, the main thing, it won't be a white actor playing an Indian man. That's like the main thing. If they were going to change anything and bring back short circuit, that's what most people would know it as, is like, it is the movie where they had a white actor play an Indian man. A racist stereotype of an Indian man is at that.
other stuff in here? Nah. Just a little tower. I'm gonna make a little base. I'm doing it. I'm gonna make a little base here. The Heart of the Forest trinkets. Oh my god, you guys are just spawning in. You're cheating. This is my island now. I just need to put some workbenches down, keep stuff from spawning. Hey, what's up, Ram Ranch? Doing all right. Time's getting away from me. Didn't realize it's like already almost 7 a.m. I've been playing Valheim for almost 8 hours. Poisoned me anyway. I hate it here. There's even carrot seeds. We're just gonna leave that guy there. Our personal troll dungeon. Let's just do the portal. And I can just carry stuff over here to build with. Harvest our honey. Mentors are still going. Let's... Won't be able to get that snap point that way. Do this. Leave a space for some windows. Can I still fit under that? Nope. cozy looking rock house. That's the idea. Making myself a little hobbit home right here. Don't really need to. We've already got an established main base. But this over here, being on an island, is much safer, much easier to defend. So I'm honestly kind of thinking about packing up my entire base and moving it over here to this little cozy island. Building is so enjoyable. Dude, I love building in this game so much. Change that out for a little corner piece. Just like that. This little gap a bit. Yeah. Even make a little fireplace. Even though the smoke technically doesn't have a place to escape, you can kind of trap it in a little air pocket. See if I did this right. No smoke filling up the house. Fire's not going out.
There it went. Let's see, I'm trying to remember how to make this work. Like, it's kind of working. But the smoke is going to extinguish the fire. I mean, kind of working. Squeeze our workbench in here. You can fit a little forge right there. Get our bed over on this side. Gonna have to fix the fireplace though. Actually, this is probably fine. I can just try and extend out this little side right here. Might be the better way to do it. Let's see. A little bit bigger pocket there for the smoke.
Nice, nice. Said we'll leave a little spot here for a forge. Put some storage right here. Or here. Put some shelves and put it up here. Let's do that. Get out. These guys are still spawning in? Did you see him just drop down? Okay. I need a workbench over here. Oh, they broke this workbench. I know. My cat is yelling at me. I know, I'm not in bed. Deal with it. Just need to put workbenches all around here, and that'll keep stuff from spawning in.
They might be spawning in over there and just swimming over here. I've already got one inside here. That should be enough. That should be enough coverage. Where stuff is not spawning in with me. Ugh, I say that and then there's immediately shit spawned in over here. Workbench. Workbench. Squeeze in this one chest. Yeah. Bed, fire. Fire's not going out. Air pocket's big enough. House is not getting smoked out. A little bit if you stand like right up there. But for the most part it's contained. We got our own personal troll dungeon. Troll basement. And even though I can't build in there, I mean, you can with, like, mods and stuff. You can't really build in there. But you can raise chickens. You can keep all your chickens in there once you eventually get chickens. So I could kill the troll down there and then make that a little chicken coop type of area. There we go. Little cozy hobbit hole base. Let's put some stuff up. materials. This chest back here for cooking. Or here. Do a little shelf here. This one. There's the little main house done. I can always dress it up, make it a little fancier once I get some other building things unlocked. Right up here, right above it, we can flatten all this out and sort of make this an upstairs portal hub. As well as our forge or smelters.
bad, not bad. That. Smelting area up here. Room for portals. Let's go grab more wood.
Nice little cozy base. A little better protected from things. Yeah, I like this. And then I can set up the farm just kind of around here. I'll have to set up a little separate kitchen. Maybe right here. Kitchen right there. Little farm back here. And I'll have to sail over all the metal stuff. But that should be fine. This little island base right next to the Elder. This stuff over once I build the kitchen. Let's move the farm. Yo, Maxi. That's how I know I've stayed up way too late. When the Maxi raid comes through. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Maxi. Hope y'all are doing well. Good to see you, dude. How was your stream? And welcome, everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. We're chilling today. We're playing some Valheim. Crafting, building, surviving Viking game. for those who've never seen it. And I just found a really nice little spot for a little island base. So I'm in the process of moving everything from my old base over to this new one. I just made this cozy little hobbit house on a little island. Learned Revelations, but it took so long to learn. Only did one run. Oh no. But hey, that's the learning process. That is the learning process. I don't think I've ever seen a run of Revelations. It's like one of the few Resident Evil games I don't think I've ever seen the speedrun for. Now I'm really curious. Now I really want to look up Revelations runs. And Rev 2 co-op runs must go crazy. But yeah, welcome everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Nub Zombie. Normally I stream a lot of horror and Silent Hill. I do super in-depth story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, stuff like that for every game in the Silent Hill franchise. But this year, the way the last couple years have gone, I decided to go into 2026 with a much more whatever attitude towards streaming. So my motivation is just like whatever I feel like playing from day to day. Anytime I feel like playing a video game, I'll just turn the stream on and start going. And today I felt like Valheim. So we're going. It's been 5 years since you last played this. This game today is literally the 5-year anniversary. So you haven't played this since, like, launch. It is literally the 5-year anniversary of Valheim. And this should be the year that we finally get version 1.0. We'll get our final biome. The game will officially be out of early access after 5 years. Lay down a little spot here for our farm. Figure out where the doors are going to go later. Might have to get rid of this, though. It's not a bad run, actually. Enemies are annoying at times, but has a few out-of-bounds skips and isn't super difficult. Nice. I'll have to check it out. Out-of-bounds stuff in Rev 1. As I said, I really liked Rev 1 and Rev 2, just like casually. So I'm definitely going to have to look at what the run is like. Let's just put a little corner door right here. Boop. Yeah. Here's our farm. Let's get our bees set up. I'm gonna need more wood than that. You and some friends went hard on it for about 2 months. Had a lot of fun with it. Definitely a fun game to zone out to for hours. Oh yeah. Considering I've been streaming for like 9 hours almost now. And I'm still going. And we've only killed the first 2 bosses. Like, we're still early game. But I spent some time mapping out my starting area and figuring out like where I want to build my bases. And I was set sail to start looking for the merchant. And then I saw this island with this little troll cave on it. And I was like, oh, that would be perfect for a base. Because it's a little easier to defend islands. I don't have to like try to dig a moat around my base and everything like that when it's on land, so... Earlier I was talking about some ideas of building a little house on the entrance of a troll cave. And since I saw the opportunity to do it on a nice little island, that's what we're doing now. I got sidetracked. But that's kind of this game in a nutshell for me. There's other things to do, but I always get sidetracked with building. Because I just love building in this game. Let's put our bees... Might be able to just put them on the fence, actually. Yeah. Are happy.
Happy bees, happy bees, happy bees, happy bees. All the bees are happy. Perfect, perfect. Get our cultivator. Funny enough, just checked when you last played Valheim, April of 2021. There's definitely been a lot of new stuff added since then. Yeah, this is one of those games that I keep coming back to. It's a good chill game. It's got a lot of different things that I enjoy doing. I like the building, I like the exploration, I like sailing, farming, fishing. And then the combat itself is pretty fun. With like parries and perfect dodges. Fun game to always come back to. Farm, our smelter, our little house. So let's get... Oh, actually, there's carrot seeds growing here. I don't even need to... Yeah, we can just... put those directly in the ground. I need more, though. More than 6. Oh, I had more bees. Wait till I get storage all set up to take everything. Think a way to improve Return to Silent Hill. It should have done dog ending. I'm kind of surprised there wasn't even like a little nod or a reference to the dog ending. Just like one of those random cult members could have just had a pet Shiba Inu.
Some storage here. Cultivator. Farm is done. Next, I need a kitchen. I'm trying to decide where I want to put that. I could put it up here on top. Or I could put it right here. Kind of next to the entrance to the house. Like come out and then just have a little cooking area right here. I think next to the house. Rather than on top. The dog was the true leader of the cult. That would have been a great reveal. Let's see. Need some stone. Platform here. And then cooking fires. And I'll go right there. This little corner up. Never thought seeing a movie would make me feel like I was on a drug trip, but Return to Silent Hill did just that. Had a good time with popcorn in the movie, but yeah, it was a trip. Yeah, like, my wife and I went to see it, and we had a good time, like, just laughing and making fun of it. It's definitely not, like, a good movie, unfortunately, but it's so absurd that it is entertaining, at least to us. Like, we watch and enjoy a lot of bad movies. How do I want to connect this? Because I need to leave this part open for a chimney. Comes down a little too far. That's pretty good. Gonna need more regular wood. Ah, that's everything for portals. Core wood. There's some.
everything out of that. Wall here. Look at that water level. During the storms, that's going to come right up. Hopefully it's not enough to flood this. Should be fine. Don't need that much clearance. That's better. Try there. Nice. That'll be our little cooking kitchen area. Go ahead and actually put these on. Perfect. Cooking up some bear meat. some kitchen storage. That's going to be more wood, but we can bring that over by breaking down the old base. Oven. Go. Hey, what's up, Duke? Next week, you're planning to watch the Silent Hill 2 movie. Wish me luck. Later, gonna check on your review video yet. We spoil the whole movie. We basically kind of explain the whole movie scene by scene and kind of what we think about it, so definitely make sure you've already watched and don't care about any spoiler stuff. Actually do these sideways. Nah, kind of blocks more of that than I really want to. storage. Got cooking set up. Got our kitchen. We got our main house. We've got our smelting area. We've got our farm. Sweet. Start bringing over all the stuff. Put all the raw meat there. We'll put cooked meat up here. We'll put meals in here. Mushrooms, berries, carrots. Whole separate box for honey.
I could also do a row of storage right up here. Or I could just do one more shelf up. That works. Damn it. Go, spot for mead. Go, put the comfort items up. cozy places to sit. There we go. That's given us 8 comfort. We got our little picnic table. Load up the cart. Take some resin. Don't even need that much. Take the arrows. A lot of the spare tools and stuff can stay here. We'll take that. We'll take this. Stuff can stay. Big stone. All this. Welcome back, Ram Ranch. Woke up at 12 a.m. It's now 2 a.m. and you got coffee. Hell yeah. Enjoy. Meds messed up your sleep cycle, so here you are. Same here. It's 8:30 a.m. for me, and I've been streaming for 9.5 hours, if that gives you any indication as to how screwy my schedule is at the moment. Sort this when I get back. There we go, that's pretty much it. I think I might just... Oh right, can't break these down. More storage that way. Stuff in the cart. till I can squeeze a little more storage into this space. I can probably do a second layer of chests right above this and still reach them. Hell yeah. Here we go. That is pretty much the new base done. Everything moved over. Except for the metal stuff. So now
Get my boat over here. Perfect, got all the parts. Run right up here to the coastline. There's a bear and a troll. Because of course there is. And I forgot to bring wood for a workbench. Jesus. Kill these other things first. And they are not gonna give me the chance. That's a big bear. Oh, there are much bigger. That's just the regular bear. There's also 1-star and 2-star. And then there's an undead zombie bear.
variant. Yeah, Resident Evil bear. Boat stuff. 30 and 10. Workbench. I think he's confused. Like, I want to just focus on what I'm doing, but I know if I leave him alone, he's gonna, like, go destroy my boat. He's gonna fuck up something. Oh. And the stupid gray dwarves are making it much harder than it needs to be. so many. Oh my god. Go away. Break down all this stuff. Oh, whoops. Can't target that. Whatever. Let's teleport what we can teleport. The rest of this has to go by boat. Just make sure that's everything. You served me well, first base. But I have a nice little island home now. Holds only 4. Can I reach it? Nice. Perfect. Carry that. Rest of that can go with me. Boat's ready to go. Let's move the portal. It's the main thing I'm going to be coming back here for. Is just going to be the boss power circle. Move it over there. Yeah. Oh, I'm busy. That's set up. I can change the name of the portal when I get to the other base. Now we sail. And I really hope nothing destroyed my boat while I was doing this. Good. Boat's still intact. Nothing destroyed it. Nothing even touched it. Got everything I need. Emptied out the base. Not anymore. New one's here. Probably should have eaten food, but it's fine. It's fine. It'll only be a problem if there's a sea serpent. And what are the odds? What are the odds? actually should be fine. There's no rain, and it's daytime, so we shouldn't get any serpents. Hell yeah. The true final boss of Valheim, wind. Always in exactly the opposite direction that you need it to go. There she is. Stovacore. Metal and stuff here. What year did this game come out? Today's the 5-year anniversary, so 2021. I believe. Yep. 2021. February 2nd, 2021. So yesterday was the 5-year anniversary. This game online too, or single player? No, it's also online. There are community servers, like with dozens and dozens of people on them. You can make private servers. Like most of my time playing this game is solo, or on a private server with like 1 or 2 other people. But you can do like community servers. Like if we had enough people in our stream that were interested in it, we could just make a Nub Zombie community server where other people can play. We can collaborate to build up one gigantic, fortress where everyone lives, or everyone can kind of like do their own thing, build their own bases, and just like occasionally interact with each other. But there's all of this on a boat. Still have important things up here. This change. Ooh, water level. Please don't flood my fires. I should have made sure everything was built up high enough for whenever the storms raise the water level. I think we're good. It's probably fine. Alright. Build everything back. So I need 4 stone, 10 wood, 6 copper. That's our forge. Should be able to squeeze it in there. Tanning rack. Flint and oh my god, the water. No. After I spent all this time, I was swimming in my house for a second. After I spent all this time building my base, storms are going to be a problem. And I can't raise this up. I could build everything else up higher. But if water's coming on the inside of... I figured if there's a troll cave here, it would be above water level, highest possible water level. Oh, man. That's fine. Maybe if we go to sleep, it'll go away. the storm cleared up at least. Yeah, that water level coming up that high might be a little bit of a problem. Luckily, only when there's really bad storms. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it right now. Keep an eye out for a similar island with better elevation. And then rebuild it all again. For now, let's just finish getting all of our stuff up. Tin flint. Some shelves here. Can put upgrades on it. Level 2 workbench. $15, 20 leather. Deer hide. Our level 3 workbench. 25 fine wood and 10 copper. Yeah. Level 2 forage, it works. Squeeze it in right next to the bed. Two bronze and 5 wood. Anvil. Come on. What do you mean? Oh. Level 3 forge. And we need our cauldron. Boom. And our mead kettle, 4 tin, 6 copper, 2 leather. Boom. And our fermenters. I have only 8 bronze. Well, any more? Got 10 bronze, 60 fine wood. But I'm gonna need a place to put them. Build a little fermenter hut. Actually, just extend this out. Extend the roof out a bit more. It covers this. Do some core wood, support beams. go. I need healing mead, 10 honey, 10 honey, 5 blue, 10 red, and a dandelion. Mead. And let's do some more stamina mead. 10 honey, 10 red, 10 yellow mushrooms. Too exposed. I like how one is fine. This one's too exposed. What if I put a tiny little wall right here? What if I put tiny little walls back there? Come on. Thank you. All right, kitchen is operational. Fermenters are going. Got our storage. We've got our living space. We're at 8 comfort. We can actually improve that a little bit. Let's put up our flower garden, or our fey lights. 2 fine, 1 thistle. Do those provide comfort, actually? They do not. Banner should. 4 coal, 6 leather. There we go, comfort level 9. And that's it. That's our new base. I'll probably build a boat dock. Like, I'll probably try to dig all of this out at some other time and just turn this whole section right here into a big pier. Eesh, the water levels. That's my only problem. After going through all the trouble to move everything over here. Whenever the water level comes in at its highest, it manages to flood the house a little. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with this. First garden harvest of the new base. Let's actually do some seed carrots. Probably squeeze one there. Don't need too much. That'll already be a lot of seeds. Carrots, honey. Food. Don't need quite so many arrows. Put our key there. In fact, I might just leave this here until I'm actually going to the swamp. Fun little island build. I like it. I'm happy with it. Flooding and all. Alright, let's go in the basement and kill the troll. Let's go kill our downstairs neighbor. Much stuff. But we do have a couple of chests down here. So we can use this for storage, even though we're not technically allowed to build down here. We can still use these two chests for a little extra storage. In fact, I might bring trophies and stuff down here. And then eventually when I get chickens, we can set up a little chicken coop in here. Let's put trophies and tree seeds down there for now. Some of this stuff that we don't need so much. Ember there. Some more pearls. Some rubies. I would just phase in. troll cave base is complete. Alright, sleep. World is saved. Gonna manually save as well, 'cause I'm like that. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Casual 11-hour Valheim stream. But this was fun. Found a good spot for this little island-based idea that I've been wanting to do. I'm happy with how it came together. I'll worry about the water level another time. Got everything moved over. We're all set. Overcore. All set. Next time we just take off and go sailing, find some swamps, try to find bone mass, try to find the merchant. That's definitely it for me for now. But thanks everybody. I appreciate you watching, chilling, hanging out. Thanks again to Maxi Lobes, Very Dave, and Cat Link. We got a lot of big raids, surprisingly. Really appreciate everybody who raided, and anybody who came along with the raids and decided to stick around and hang out with me. Really appreciate it. All the new follows. Sev the Sea Lion with the bits earlier. The subs and resubs earlier. All the love and support. And everybody just hanging out, lurking, enjoying themselves. I really appreciate you being here. Especially since I'm mostly known for horror and Silent Hill. I can't express how happy it makes me that anybody will stick around for me streaming anything other than that, so it seriously means a lot to me. Really appreciate you all being here. Let's go find somebody we can raid ourselves. I'm gonna raid my friend Zappa. He's playing Super Robot Wars 30. I have no idea what that game is, to be honest. But Zappa's a good friend of mine. Has been one of my friends for the last 20 years, almost. God, no, more than 20 years. 22 years at this point. Good friend of mine. Definitely deserves more than one viewer. While he's playing some Super Robot Wars. So it'll make Zappa's day if you drop in, say hi, drop a follow, hang out. You can ask Zappa all sorts of questions about me and my youth, in my weeby otaku anime fan days, because that's how we met. We met through anime conventions back in 2004. And we've been friends ever since. Just like me and my friend Hirimi, and a lot of my friends to this day, I've known through anime conventions and stuff for like decades now. But yeah, I will see y'all next time. Much love. Peace.